And the first of our 400 metre events, the wheelchair. I'll read through competitors very quickly. Lane 1, Jake Lappin. Lane 2, Richard Coleman. Lane 3, Samuel Rizzo. Lane 4, Amy Fisher. Lane 5, Angela Ballard. Lane 6, Eliza O'Connell. And Lane 7, Carla Severino, as they charge past 150 into 200 metres, keeping control of the wheelchair, as well as going as fast as they are, is a real challenge with Sam Rizzo in lane 3. It is Jake Lappin in lane 1 is in the lead. Sam Rizzo is taking it up to Richard Coleman, his coach, in lane 2 and 3. So is Jake Lappin in lane 1, clocks 48 seconds. Sam Rizzo edging ahead of his coach, Richard Coleman, for second and third. In fourth place, we see Eliza O'Connell, who had a great race in the 800 last night. Amy Fisher puts in, or Angela Ballard puts in a solid effort on her inside. Amy Fisher crossing the line now. And Carla Severino just coming down the straight now. She raced in the 800 last night as well. Real challenge, even staying inside the lines for some of these up-and-coming wheelchair athletes. It's a real skill in itself. Now next up will be our multi-class Para 400, so athletes with a disability, not in a wheelchair. So have a real combo. We've got a few T01s, which I believe is a hearing impairment. We have a few T20s, which is intellectual, and a T35, which is physical cerebral palsy based disability. Without having my sheet in front of me, just from memory, I hope I got that right. So to read out competitors in this 400 metre event, lane 1 doesn't seem to be present, but we do have lane 2 in Emily Leslie of Ginadera. In lane 3, we have Eden Thomas of Ginadera. Lane 4, Andrew Simmons of Victoria. Lane 5, Edward Parker of New South Wales. Lane 6, Brittany Bilby of New South Wales. And lane 7, Summer Giddings to round out the field. A range of times. Of course, for final results, we look at percentages of performance according to their classification. So results are adjusted once the time is posted. So you have your T01s versus your T20s versus your T35s. The first across the line might not necessarily be the winner if they are of a different class. So I'll throw a quick ad before we hand it over to the starters in this 400 metre para event.
Life is good when you are free. Free to move, to live and to grow in your small steps and your big leaps. Life is about enjoying freedom, freedom in exploring new worlds, celebrating achievements, walking the unknown path and doing whatever brings you joy. The Walking Clinic rewards you.
Sorry, that ad just cut out, but the walk-in clinic does reward you. So Walk-in Clinic, one of the sponsors of our ACT Track and Field Championships this weekend at the AIS, the Australian Institute of Sport Athletics track here in Canberra. So athletes take their marks in this para mixed 400 metres. So all ages, all genders, all abilities. And a false start there by one of the athletes, can't quite tell who at this point. We're going to see some of our 400 metre men warming up just on the side of the track as well. So that will be a series of 5 or 6 actually, 6 timed finals based on the seed time entered. So the fastest 8 athletes will compete in that first heat, and so on down the list to make a total of 6 timed finals in the 400 metres open men coming up after this para mixed 400 metre event. Okay, and I think it could have been Amelie Leslie from Ginodera in lane 2 who received a caution there for a false start. So in the starter's hands, actually see a light box out at the end of the end of the track with 2 deaf athletes competing, so that's pretty cool to see. You saw the red light turn into a green light, turn into a white light. There's not many of those devices around Australia, so pretty lucky to have one here this weekend at the AIS. As our athlete in Edward Parker, it could be Andrew Simmons from Victoria, charges towards the 200 metre line in first place. Edward Parker from New South Wales in lane 5 is running a strong race as well. But from the gun, it was Andrew Simmons. He is going to enter the front straight in first position. The T20 athlete in Simmons, followed by his T20 counterpart in Edward Parker. Let's see what the time is going to clock. It's going to be quick. 55.31 seconds. Flying Edward Parker just behind, and then we have couldn't quite make out who those athletes were just coming through then. Eden Thomas crosses the line. Brittany Bilby coming towards the finish of this event now.
Coming up here in lane 6. Daniel Halpin.
And Amelie Leslie has entered the straight with a PB of 1:35. I think she'll be close to that as the clock ticks over. Maybe a little bit off today, but a good effort. She is doing a few other events this weekend as well. So great to see full fields in our multi-class events, particularly the wheelchair race earlier and last night. Very exciting to see. Well, pretty much is cycling on the track. So we see Mason Cohen setting up the blocks. For his event. So Mason Cohen, he competed in the 800 metre event last night. I think he came second. Jai Parrott got the win. So Mason Cohen, 400, 800 sort of style athlete as opposed to your 815 guy. So he'll be quick. In lane 2 is Jordan Sarmento from New South Wales. Lane 3, Tyler Gunn of New South Wales. Lane 4 is Alex Beck of Queensland. Lane 5, Murray Goodwin of Queensland. Lane 6, Liam Procaccino of Victoria. Lane 7, Adam Kopp of WA. And lane 8, Conrad Kumaros of Victoria. So I had to look at my start list there. So these guys are all 46 to 47 second athletes. He's going to be quick. Keep an eye on Tyler Gunn, who competed for Australia at the World Junior Championships last year in Finland. He's one of their highest seeded athletes at a low 46. Alex Beck, another athlete with experience. Liam Procaccino, a pro runner from down in Victoria. 400 being his pet event. Murray Goodwin, also from Queensland. He'll be one to watch. Everyone's seated within 1 to 1.5 seconds here, so hopefully we can throw a blanket over a lot of them over the last 5 to 10 metres at the finish line.
In 6 from Victoria, Liam Procaccino. In 7 from Western Australia, Adam Kopp. On the outside from Victoria, Conrad Kumaros. That's your field. Heat 1, time finals, men's, 400 metres.
So times final, of course. Under the starters' orders for the first of our 6 timed finals. This is the A race. And away quickly, Liam Procaccino from Doncaster in lane 6, or should I say Victoria in lane 6, got a good start. Murray Goodwin in at lane 5, running strongly as well. Also in the middle, Alex Beck in the black suit has run very strongly over the 400 metre bend. Jordan Sacramento from New South Wales on the inside, running quick, but the first to enter the straight will probably be Murray Goodwin in the blue jumpsuit. On his inside, Alex Beck. It is a race of 3 or 4. It is Goodwin who's just in front of Beck. Or should I say Beck just in front of Gunn, just in front of Procaccino. So 46.91 was the time there from Alex Beck of Queensland. Murray Goodwin and Tyler Gunn on his inside and outside.
So we do turn our attention over to the next 400 metres, and on the track now is the second of the timed finals. We can see the start list on your screen. In lane 1, we have Joshua Pedrestat. Lane 2, Jai Perrott. Lane 3, Michael Beltrami. In lane 4, Timari Sanderson Milera. In lane 5, Will Johns. In lane 6, Sean Fitzsimmons. In lane 7, Luke Major. And in lane 8, Harvey Murrant. So they're your competitors in the second time finals here at the Australian Institute of Sport Athletics track.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, week 2 of these time finals, 400 metres. Here is your lineup. In lane 1 from Victoria, Joshua Pedrestat.
Does look like we are missing Tamari from Athletics South Australia there in lane 4. So
It appears that lane 4 is not there. In 5,
he was one of our fastest seeded athletes. So Will Johns with a 47.56 in lane 5 will be the one to watch.
In 7, second in the 400 metre hurdles last night. This is Luke Major from Victoria. On the outside, Harvey Morant of Victoria. Men's 400 metres, time final, big 2.
See the graphics on the screen and the clock working very well with the stadium. All for your records when you do want to watch this race back. So we are underway here in the second of 6 timed finals, and it's our 3 athletes out there in lane 6, 7 and 8 that are making a good jump start on the rest, but it's Sean Fitzsimmons there from Athletics New South Wales in lane 6. It's already caught up to Luke Major on his outside. Will Johns there in lane 5. Michael Beltrame from Athletics Victoria's Xavier. You can see the red and black stripes there as they do approach 150 metres to go in this 400 metres. So as they do bend around into the front straight, we'll get a good glimpse of what the order is, but it's going to be our Victorian athlete in Michael there that's going to go into the front straight. Will Johns is digging hard. Can he grab the first place there? And he can. So Will Johns, a late charge there, a couple of metres on the nearest competitor, 48.15. So lefties run a little bit later. Michael Beltrame, as they do bend around into the front straight, we'll get a good glimpse of what the order is, but it's going to be our Victorian athlete in Michael there that's going to go into the front straight. Will Johns is digging hard. Can he grab the first place there? And he can. So Will Johns, a late charge there, a couple of metres on the nearest competitor, 48.1.
So just giving the results of the first heat, it was Beck 46, 89 from Goodwin at 47.23, then again 47.31, Cemento 47.57, Cohen 47.92, Pacino 48.06, Ramirez 48.15, and Cap in 48.27. And in the second race, Will, successful 48.5.
So the third of our timed finals on the track now. And looking to the start list. Lane 1 is Daniel Mintz from Victoria. Lane 2, Alex Pettigrew, New South Wales. Lane 3, Riley McGowan from Woden. Lane 4, Michael Tsotsos from Victoria. Lane 5 is left blank. No, someone has just popped into lane 5 there. Lane 6 is Matthew Windsor from New South Wales. Lane 7, Harrison Rubin from Victoria. Lane 8, Corey Firminger from New South Wales.
Corey Firminger. That's your third heat. That's your lineup, 400 metres.
So once again, all athletes, 48-second runners. Going to be very close. It could be a race of anyone. And a fast starter is Pettigrew in lane 2, as is the athlete Jaden Barmy from Athletics Victoria or Athletics Chilwell down in Geelong there. Michael Sosos from Victoria in the light blue singlet of Glenn Huntley in lane 4 is definitely one to watch as they round the 200 metre mark. Let's see how they go around the bend and who is going to enter the straight first, as you could throw a blanket over most of the field at this stage. Michael Sosos is looking very good, as his Jaden Bramby, both from Victoria. On the inside, both of them, Riley McGowan in the black and blue singlet, the dark black and blue that is, edges ahead of Tsotsos from the Glenn Huntley Club and Jaden Bramby. It is going to be Riley McGowan, followed by Tsotsos. On the inside, Daniel Mintz had a late charge as well, and Jaden Bramby from Chilwell or Victoria, lane 5 in number 3 of 6 time finals. The final time there, 48.74 seconds. So they're all 48-second runners, and a few of them prove that.
So we can see the replay there of that third time finals. So as we do get ready to go for this next heat, we'll bring up the start list. In lane 1, we have Adrian Plummer. In lane 2, Aaron Jeffrey. In lane 3, Kristen Lazada. In lane 4, Rowan Laurendet. In lane 5, Lachlan Bird. In lane 6, Nicholas Woolley. In lane 7, Mark Focus. And in lane 8, Jacob Reed. They're your competitors in the 4th timed finals here in Canberra for the Coles 2019 Athletics ACT State Championships. And it's been a great championship so far. Still a ton of events to go on the program across this evening's session and also tomorrow. Keep an eye out for Rowan Laurendet in lane 4 and Lachlan Bird in lane 5. It's actually Aaron Jeffrey as well in lane 2. Looks to be a non-starter. So we are underway in this 4th timed finals, and it's Mark Focus there in lane 7 that has flown out of the blocks, has already caught up to Jacob Reed on his outside, being chased by Lachlan Bird and Nicholas Woolley there in lanes 5 and 6 as they do go down the back straight. We do see this front on picture of them as they approach the halfway mark of this 400 metres. So they've got 150 metres to go. The inside athlete from Christian Lasada as they do come into the front straight. So it's Christian Lasada there. Rowan Laurendet in the blue as well. So he's making a late dash here. He's going to be challenged by his athlete on the outside, and the athlete's going to go straight past him in Nicholas Woolley. So a great run there and multiple changes of leaders to that race. But it was Nicholas Woolley who we see on screen here who did become the eventual winner of the 4th timed final. So we can see here on the replay, it's Rowan Laurendet that comes into the front straight in first place. Nicholas Woolley comes from about 4 places back to take out the victory. So a great last 100 metres there from Nicholas, New South Wales athlete.
Okay, ready for more 400 metre action.
All right, race 5 of 6 of the men's 400 metre timed finals. In lane 1, Blake Dubé from Victoria. Lane 2, James McPaul. Paul McJames. James McPaul from New South Wales. Lane 3, Jack Vane Tempest from New South Wales. Lane 4, Michael Geese from Victoria. Lane 5, Mark Rossitier from Ginadera. Lane 6, Ben Quinn from New South Wales, and another local in lane 7, Hugh McKenzie of South Canberra. And the gentlemen take their marks. Ooh, and it looks like James McPaul has broken for a false start there. The athlete in all black. I believe the official will wander over to. And he has been shown the red flag, or the red colour at least. And it's a bit of a no mercy system. One break and you are out. So there's James McPaul from New South Wales does go and sit on the side of the track to watch this heat go by. Unfortunately, he still does go and have a chat with the official to find out exactly what happened. It might be a bit more complicated than a simple false start, he thinks. Doesn't seem like he'll get away with it though. One of those things in athletics doesn't happen very often. When it does, it hurts. So all around 51 or 50 to 51 second runners, apart from Michael Geese from Athletics Victoria, the Old Melburnians Athletics Club in lane 4. He'll be one to watch. His run under 50 seconds before. So the athletes are being held online for a little while. I think the officials are having a bit of a conversation under the tent before the competition goes ahead. I think they might have been discussing the last false start. Seems like the comp director there, and we'll throw to a commercial in a short moment. One of our sponsors. Love this. I'm gonna come to you. I was thinking about it. So still a bit of a break in the program, whilst everyone gets sorted for this heat or 5-time finals. And we will throw to one more ad.
At Coles, we're proud to be a major partner of Athletics Australia and Little Athletics Australia. To celebrate the partnership, we're donating millions of bananas to Aussie athletes and providing equipment grants to Little Athletics centres across the country. They're just some of the ways that we're helping support Australian athletes run, jump, throw and grow this season. Good things are happening at Coles.
With freedom in every step of the way, so you can always move forward. The Walking Clinic. Feel free.
And there you go. James McPaul from New South Wales has been reinstated.
Good luck, athletes.
So it's unusual to see a decision like that reversed. I think it just required a bit of further discussion amongst officials, the meet manager and comp director. So let's see how James McPaul goes now, with maybe with a bit of fire in the belly on that start line.
So at this time they are away from the inside. Dove McPaul.
And as said earlier in the race, in the commentary, Michael Geese from Victoria and Old Melburnians in the middle is getting a good start, as does Jack Vane Tempest as well, with the pink and yellow shoes charging towards that 200 metre mark. Michael Geese does seem to be crossing that line around first position. James McPaul is making the most of being reinstated in this race in all black on the inside in lane 2, and he will enter the straight first. So it is James McPaul, followed by Michael Geese on the inside. Blake Dubé from Ringwood in Victoria having a very quick run as well. Mark Rossetier having a good solid hit out, but it's James McPaul who will cross the line in first position. Michael Geese from Victoria in second. So 50.01 and a PB of over a second for James McPaul. What a race. He can barely stand after that performance. 400 metres, one of those events. Michael Geese, the athlete with the long blonde hair in the white singlet, having a pretty quick finish as well. Would have gone near his PB, but that was unbelievable by James McPaul. Great performance and a massive PB.
So we are up to our final of the timed finals here in the men's open 400 metres. And we can see our start list on the screen now. So in lane 2, Luke Allard. In lane 3, Holden Gill. In lane 4, Nicholas Cross. In lane 5, Zach Stevens. In lane 6, Julio Ruz Davila. In lane 7, Mark Leonard. So they're your competitors in this 6th time final for the men's open 400 metres.
The outside in 7 from South Canberra, Mark Leonard.
So we are underway here with quite a variation of seed time. So we do expect probably 2 packs to form quite early on. And it's Julio Ruz Davila from New South Wales out there in lane 6 that's made a good start and already caught up to Mark Leonard on his outside. But it's Zach Stevens there in the white, running down the back straight into a headwind as they do come up to 200 metres into this race. Well under the 26-second mark. We've got our Nicholas Cross there in the light blue on his inside. So it's going to be a battle between Zach Stevens and Nicholas Cross as they do come into the front straight. Cross does have the advantage and does come in with the fastest seed time there with the orange spikes, but Stevens isn't going to let him go. So it's coming down to these two. Stevens a little bit in front at the moment, so Stevens is going to go through. 52.63 unofficial time. So Stevens there with a late dash. A great run there by Zach Stevens from New South Wales. Nicholas Cross, the Victorian athlete in the Glenn Huntley light blue uniform. You can see there, comes into the front straight with that lead. Stevens doesn't let him get away and eventually takes that first position all the way through to the line. So a great run there by Zach Stevens. And that concludes our men's open 400 metre timed finals.
So women's first heat of 5 of timed finals in the 400 metres. And a look at the start list. In lane 1 we have Sarah Carley from New South Wales. Lane 2, Caitlin Freya from New South Wales. In lane 3, Bendir Oboya from New South Wales. Kendra Hubbard in lane 4 from Victoria. In lane 5, Ali Beer from Queensland. Lane 6, Angeline Blackburn from South Canberra. In lane 7, Carly Thomas from New South Wales. And in lane 8, to round out the field, Jess Stafford from New South Wales. So one to watch, absolutely. 51-second runner, Bendir Oboya, is a youth Commonwealth Games champion and Gold Coast Commonwealth Games competitor as well. So she's one to watch in lane 3.
A couple of weeks ago in the 400 metre hurdles from New South Wales. This is Sarah Carley. In 2 from New South Wales, Caitlin Ferrier. In 3 from New South Wales, Bendiri Aboya, a Commonwealth Games representative. In 4 from Victoria, Kendra Hubbard. From Queensland in 5, Ali Beer. In 6 from South Canberra, and a big winner here a couple of weeks ago at the Canberra Classic. This is Angeline Blackburn.
So Angeline Blackburn, we just hear from the stadium announcer, actually won the Canberra Track Classic here only a couple of weeks ago. So she's also one to watch alongside Bendir Oboya.
Hotfield, 400 metres. in the starter's hands. So away from the inside, Carly, Ferrier, Aboya.
And away, Angeline Blackburn is getting a very strong run out in lane 6. We see her moving very quickly. Bernadette O'Boyer in lane 3 is quickly catching up though. Ali Beer in the yellow socks in the middle of the field is charging towards the 200 metre line. Also, Angeline Blackburn, as mentioned earlier, is having a strong run out in lane 6. But have a look at Bernadette O'Boyer on the inside in lane 3. She is having a super run, and around the bend she is likely to enter the straight in first place. Ali Beer having a strong run in lane 5, as is Angeline Blackburn on her outside. But look at Bernadette O'Boyer. She clears the field by 3 to 4 to 5 metres. Beer and Blackburn are chasing. Is it going to be too late? Bernadette O'Boyer crosses the line in first place, 53.62 seconds, followed by Beer and Blackburn. Is likely to enter the straight in first place. Ali Beer having a strong run in lane 5, as is Angela.
The big time competition.
So see some of the athletes warming up on the back straight. Got some more 400s coming up in the juniors, and also a few heats of 100 metre finals. So we'll look to the track for our heat 2 of the women's timed finals. We have in lane 1 Lily Bays from Victoria, lane 2 Jemima Tennakoon from Queensland. In lane 3 Bethany Halmy from New South Wales, lane 4 Georgia Hulls International, lane 5 Jess Gooley from Victoria. In lane 6 Sarah Klein from New South Wales. In lane 7 Danisha Sardalish from New South, and in lane 8, Gigi McAnini from Victoria. So one to watch out for. Jess Gooley has represented Australia over the 400 metre distance before. She is in lane 5 in the yellow crop top. Under the starter's orders. And away they are in Heat 2 of the women's time finals. We see Jess Gooley in the yellow crop top in lane 5, as mentioned, is going to get a strong start. But so does Sarah Klein just on her outside in lane 6. We'll have a look at the inside of the track. Lily Bays in the fluoro yellow crop top is taking it right up to him, and will go through the 200 mark as one of the first athletes. Sarah Klein, Danisha Sardalish in lane 7 is having a strong run as well. Around the bend is a little bit hard to tell. Let's wait until they enter the straight and see who comes out in first place. It looks like Danisha Sardalish in lane 7 is taking it up to Jess Gooley in lane 5. That is actually Sarah Klein in 7. Jess Gooley, so it's Klein, Gooley holds off Klein at the moment. Georgia Hulls having a strong run in the inside of him. Gooley, Klein and Hulls are your top 3 in the women's Heat 2 of the 400 metres, 55.28 seconds from Jess Gooley, Nance.
So the action continues here, and this is our third of 5-time finals.
So Heat 3 of 5 of the women's
Lane 1
400 metre time finals.
from Queensland, Lauren McAdam.
In lane 1, we have Lauren McAdam. Lane 2, Amy Pedder from Tasmania. Lane 3, Caitlin Hawkes of Victoria. Lane 4, Ali Sanford of Victoria. Lane 5, Samantha Olsen of Victoria as well. Lane 6, Caitlin Banner of Queensland. Lane 7, Katrina Bissett, our winner in last night's 800 metre final from Victoria. And in lane 8, Elizabeth Chippendale of New South Wales. A swagger of 56-second runners here.
Away from the side.
And a strong start is Samantha Olsen in the spotted white and black shorts in lane 5. Also lane 6 on her outside. Caitlin Banner having a very strong start as well. And we look to the inside. Lauren McAdam coming all the way from Queensland and making the trip worth it. We see the
Following her lead.
Caitlin Banner in lane 6. We see her long blonde locks going very, very quickly into the straight. And she will enter the straight in first place ahead of Samantha Olsen. So it is Banner. Olsen on the inside. Keep an eye on McAdam and Pedder. At the moment, Banner is holding off the rest of the field. Olsen is challenging. Katrina Bissett, our 800 metre runner with endurance, is finishing strong. Is Olsen going to hang on? She does in 56.42 seconds.
Might have been Bissett finishing very strongly there. But a strong win, went to the front and held on. Caitlin Banner, Queensland.
Life is good when you are free. Free to move, to live, and to grow in your small steps and your big leaps. Life is about enjoying freedom, freedom in exploring new worlds, celebrating achievements, walking the unknown path, and doing whatever brings you joy. The Walking Clinic rewards you with freedom in every step of the way, so you can always move forward. The Walking Clinic. Feel free.
outside from New South
And welcome back from that commercial break in program. In lane 1, we have Ashley Horrobin. In lane 2, Jessica Fitzpatrick. In lane 3, Sophie McGovern. In lane 4, Emily McLean. In lane 5, Lillian Castle. In lane 6, Kiara Chambers. In lane 7, Brody Mate. And in lane 8, Bryony Norden. They're your competitors in this fourth 400 metres open women time final. And we are underway to a clean start, and it's Kiara Chambers out there in lane 6 that's off to a great start, catching Brody Mate on her outside. Keep an eye out on Lillian Castle as well.
So Lillian Castle, Queensland.
So we can see Lillian Castle of Queensland striding down the back straight away from the rest of the competitors. So she's going to be the one to catch going into the midway point of this 400 metres. So as we do come down the top bend, 150 metres into this race.
Victoria now. Castle's got it.
And it's Ash Horrobin making a late charge there in lane 1, having the advantage of the bend as they do come down into the front straight for the last time. Emily McLean there in the light blue uniform. And Kiara Chambers there on the outside. It's going to come down to 3 people there, but it's going to be a split between Ashley Horrobin and Kiara Chambers. We might have to go to the replay there and leave it to photo finish.
Really moved strongly on that second bend, or some would say the second swerve.
So we are looking at the replay now as they do come into the front straight. Ash Horrobin came out of nowhere there in lane 1. Surprised a few of the athletes on her outside. Late dashes there from Emily McLean in the light blue Glenn Huntley uniform, with a late dash there from Kiara Chambers as well. So great running from those 3 athletes in the fourth out of 5 time finals for the open women's 400 metres.
Okay. Finals.
And the 5th and final of the women's 400 metre time finals. In lane 1, we have Stella McNamara from Victoria. Lane 2, Stephanie Schweitzer from New South Wales. In lane 3, Emma Molino from New South Wales. In lane 4, Marima Kajda Kote from New South Wales. Lane 5, Claudia Carter from Athletics Victoria. Lane 6, Jacqueline O'Neill from New South Wales. And lane 7 to round out the field in this 5th and final 400 metre heat is Lucy Romanoff from Victoria. So a few athletes around the 58-second mark here. Be pretty interesting to see how this one pans out for the final of our open 400 metre events. We've got the juniors coming up pretty soon. And off to a clean start. Claudia Carter from Victoria and the Glenn Huntley Club off in lane 5 gets a pretty solid start. So does Kajia Kote on her inside from New South Wales. She has actually got the strongest start of the field, gapping everyone probably by 5 odd metres as she charges towards the 200 metre mark in first position, no doubt. Schweitzer on the inside in the red uniform is looking pretty good as well in lane 2, but it is all Marima Kajia Kote in lane 4, and she will enter the straight in first position in lane 3. So it is Emma Molino from New South Wales challenging her along with Stella McNamara, but Marima Kote is going to be too strong, clearing a lead of about 10 metres with 30 or 40 metres to go. Kote, McNamara and Molino Molino may have just got past at the very last point there. A huge run by Mariama Kajakote in the last of our women's 400 metre timed finals. Now look to the boys and girls for the afternoon for the 400s. Or either straight or A and B finals coming up.
Okay, the next will be the combined.
So next on the track, our under 14 athletes.
Mixed 400 metres.
It is a mixed race, although two events within this race. We have the under 14 boys and under 14 girls. So as you can see, the boys in lane 2 and 3, Ryan Kuzner from Ginadera in lane 2, and in lane 3, Kiefer Brennan from Woden Athletics. Then we have our girls, lane 4, Hannah Clark from Woden, and lane 5, Rose Hollywood from New South Wales. What a name, Hollywood. So we'll be looking at two races in one here, which might prove to be a little bit of a challenge as we see Ryan Kuzner get a strongest start of the lot of them in lane 2, the athlete from Ginadera. Kiefer Brennan is right on his heels, but does have the disadvantage of being a lane out and coming right up to the bend pretty soon with the women's. It looks like Rose Hollywood, that is, on the outside, has got a better start over Hannah Clark, but we will see as they round the bend how they are all going, as it looks like the marquee around the shot put area is about to blow away. Ryan Kuzner from Ginadera enters Australia in first position, clearing his competitor in Kiefer Brennan by about 20 odd metres. So keep an eye on Kuzner. Brennan. Hollywood is well ahead of Hannah Clark as Kuzner crosses the line in first position in 60.1 seconds. PB for Kuzner. As Rose Hollywood, claims a gold medal ahead of Hannah Clark Leitch in the women's under 14, or the girls under 14 section.
And the next event for decision on the track will be the under 16 boys 400 metres final. Elliot Broden in 2, Pat Watson of Melbourne.
So we do turn our attention now back down to the start line for the under 16 400 metre final. In lane 1 we have Benjamin Crowley. In lane 2, Patrick Watson. In lane 3, Hayden Todd. In lane 4, Jack Bolton. In lane 5, Jules Bacchus. In lane 6, Peter Vermeulen. In lane 7, Phoenix Bateman. So they're your competitors in this under 16 one and only race. So final here at the Coles 2019 Athletics ACT State Championships.
inside Crowley, Watson, Todd.
So we are underway here in this under-16 race, and Phoenix Bateman out there in lane 7's off to a flying start, and so is Jack Bolton, who comes in with the fastest seed time and by a fair margin here. So keep an eye on Jack Bolton from Victoria. 52.76 there coming into this race as he zooms away, flies away from the rest of the competitors there, 200 metres into this 400 metre race. So he's going to be out there on his own. We've got Hayden Todd there from Jindera in lane 3, who leads the next pack, but it's going to be all Jack Bolton as he comes down into the front straight. Hayden Todd there in the yellow in second place, with Jules Bacchus in third, but it's going to be Jack Bolton, 52.61. A great time for Jack, all on his own. Blustery conditions here in Canberra today as we do go to the replay. So we can see Jack coming into the front straight in a race on his own. And a bit like that for the top 3 competitors as well, with Hayden Todd there in second place with that yellow running singlet. And Jules Bacchus, we've seen him a few times this weekend, coming in third position. So Jack Bolton, your winner of the under-16s, 400 metres.
Okay, it's the 400 metres under 16 women. In lane 2, Hayley Wright, New South Wales.
All right, and we look to the first of 2 times finals for the under-16 women. We have Hayley Wright in lane 2 of New South Wales. In lane 3, we have Charlotte Nicholson of Woden. In lane 4, we have Alicia Bennett of New South Wales. Lane 5, Amelia Oleid of Woden. And in lane 6, we have Alyssa Myers of Woden as well. So the first of 2 timed finals here. These athletes around the 57 to 59 second mark. And underway we see Lucy Hinksman on the outside in the pink, getting off to a pretty solid start, but not as solid as Hayley Wright on the inside. The tall figure in the long black socks. We can see she's already ahead of the field as she clears 150 metres into the 400 metre race. She must be feeling great so far. Charlotte Nicholson just on her outsides, running solid, as is Alicia Bennett. A few lanes outside of her on the outside. Amelia Oleid is running a solid race as well, but no one's run it better so far than Hayley Wright in lane 1. She will enter the straight in first place, followed by Alicia Bennett of New South Wales and Charlotte Nicholson of Woden Athletics. So we see Hayley Wright charges towards the finish line in the long black socks. Alicia Bennett is making a late charge for the line, but she's just going to fall short. 59.73 seconds. Solid run by Hayley Wright, led from the very start. And a very, very strong finish by Alicia Bennett as well.
We have a problem
Nicholson of Woden Athletics. So we see Hayley Wright charges towards the finish line in the long black socks. Alicia Bennett is making a late charge for the line, but she's just going to fall short. 59.73 seconds. Solid run by Hayley Wright.
I'm trying to miss that banana.
Like to qualify too. Also, you have to like do it in that was horrible. Oh, it's so bad in there. Like, joke.
Young ladies, in terms of the miles, 3, Stephanie Caesar from
Okay, and the second of our time finals for our under 16 girls. In lane 2, Alyssa Myers of North Canberra. Lane 3, Stephanie Caesarin from New South Wales. Lane 4, Sarah Wallace of Ginadera. Lane 5, Skylar Robinson McAvoy from Queanbeyan. And lane 6, Isabella Oleid from Woden. Must be a sister of or a cousin of Amelia in the earlier event.
So here we go. This is the second series of the under 16 400
And off to a good start is Skylar Robinson McAvoy. Great name to say. The athlete in lane 5. Also just on her inside, Sarah Wallace is running a pretty solid first half of her race as well. It looks like a race of 2 at this stage. On the inside, Stephanie Caesarin from New South Wales has made the trip. Worth it as she is running a pretty solid run in lane 2, but it looks to be so far Sarah Wallace and Skylar Robinson McAvoy will be entering the straight first as they run that final bend. It is a battle of 2, clearing about 20 metres on the rest of the field by the looks of things. And it will be Skylar McAvoy Robinson from Sarah Wallace. Will Sarah Wallace have the legs to make a late charge? I don't know if she will, as Skylar Robinson McAvoy continues to bridge that gap by 6-7 metres, running at 63.81 seconds. Sarah Wallace, followed by Stephanie Caesarin, Alyssa Myers and Isabella Oleid is the finishing order in that second of the under 16 girls time finals.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the men's under 18 400 metre finals. We have 2 series. In this heat, we have from lane 1 from Victoria, Caden Howden. In 2 from New South Wales, Max Holmes. in 3 from Ginandera.
So looking to the first of our timed finals, 2 timed finals for our under-18 boys. In lane 1, we have Caden Howden from Victoria. Lane 2, Max Holmes from New South Wales. Lane 3, Augustin Nikita Jr. from Ginandera. Lane 4, Brody Hicks from Victoria. Lane 5, Ethan Harris from Victoria. Lane 6, Max Holmes, also from Victoria. And to complete the Victoria 5 in this first of 2-time finals, Jack Clark, also from Victoria. So Augustin Nikita Jr. gets a very strong start in lane 3. Brody Hicks is taking it right up to him as well, just on his outside. Look at Max Holmes in lane 6, running a solid first bend as well. But Augustine Nikita Jr. will clock the first 200 metres in first place. But it's not just 200 metre race. Look at Caden Howard running Max Holmes running pretty strong race in lane 2 in the red singlet. Brody Hicks still running solid on the outside of Nikita Jr. But Augustine Nikita Jr. will enter the straight in first position, about 5 metres ahead of Max Holmes. Max Holmes is closing very quickly though. Has Nikita Jr. run out of legs? It looks like he has. Holmes coming from a big finish. Max Holmes as well.
Getting there. So perhaps Nikisha paid for going out a little bit too hard. 50.23. So the winner there was Max Holmes from New South Wales, as distinct from Max Holmes from Victoria. A real coincidence there in that race. And it's no wonder that your erstwhile announcer has fading eyes and grey hair.
So it seems like there was a bit of confusion in that last race. Either there were 2 Max Holmeses, Max Holmes who won and Max Holmes who was finishing very strongly, or maybe there was an admin error and the Max Holmes who was finishing very strongly was named differently. So we're a bit unsure what happened there. Made it a little bit hard to commentate in the final stages as we look to Heat 2 of these timed finals. So we see lane 2 is free. Daniel Bartholomew is not there. We see Michael D. Simone from North Canberra in lane 3. In lane 4, Eric Rosa of South Canberra. Lane 5, Will Grabowski from New South Wales. Lane 6, Jeremy Ockerby of Victoria. And lane 7, Adiyar Ashrikandi. So look at Will Grabowski in lane 5. He is a seeded highest in this event at 51 seconds. Could have almost snuck into the heat in front of him.
In the starter's hands again.
So in the starter's hands. And a quick start, as expected, is Grabowski in lane 5 in the black and blue singlet. Jeremy Ockerby is taking it up to him in the black and the yellow just on his outside. But we can see, given the bend at the start, Will Grabowski has started the strongest out of the lot of them. On the inside, Michael D. Simone is running a solid first 200, but it is all Will Grabowski as he rounds the bend, 150 metres to go. And he will gap the field by 10 odd metres. Jeremy Ockerby from Victoria and the Mentone Athletic Club having a solid run, as well is Eric Rosa. But it is a race which was won within the first 100 metres by Will Grabowski. Massive start and massive finish, 53.6 5.28 seconds, not quite his PB, but pretty much time trialled that one ahead of the rest of the pack.
In third place.
Okay, so we have 9 athletes all together in the under-18 women's 400 metre, which of course means
The under 18 women, we have
2 timed finals. So in the first one,
Lane 2,
we have 4 athletes with lane 2
3 from North Canberra, Molly Sturgis.
being occupied by Rory Owen of Woden. Lane 3, Molly Sturgis of North Canberra. Lane 4, Alma Robb of New South Wales. And lane 5, Matilda Ryan, also of New South Wales. So we'll be keeping a keen eye on all athletes in this event. They are all pretty evenly matched with regards to their seed times. Maybe Matilda Ryan in the blue uniform in lane 5 may be the best of them. As we just wait for the starter to get confirmation from other officials around the track to be able to start this race. So it's a nervous wait for athletes just standing on the start line, looking down the track, not knowing exactly when they're going to be called into the blocks. So it says starter getting up on the starter's stand to give the under 18 girls their starting orders. Under the stars orders, on your marks, set, and they're off with Matilda Ryan on the outside, as suggested, got off to a very good start. Alma Robb just on her inside isn't going to let her get away too quickly. Neither is Molly Sturgis in the white. The tall figure in the white crop top in lane 3 has probably had the quickest start of the lot of them. Let's see how the next bend will sort them out as they are nearing the 200 metre mark. So it does look like Molly Sturgis has got the best start of the lot of them. Matilda Ryan in lane 4, it can be a bit deceptive, and she looks like she will come into the front straight at about an even pace to her. Elma Robb is hanging on in lane 4 as well. So it goes Molly Sturgis, Elma Robb and Matilda Ryan. It's a race of 3, although Molly Sturgis has her head in front. Robb is charging towards the line. Will she take her in the final few metres as they duck? And that could be a decision for the photo finish. I'm not willing to waste away my reputation on calling a wrong result like that. That is 58.8 seconds for both Molly Sturgis and Elma Robb. A very close finish. It'll be nothing in that, and that'll be something with photo finish and live results to decide on a bit later on. So great charging finish there from Elma Robb in the green. Molly Sturgis, the strong, powerful figure, really had control of that race most of the way around. So, Heat 2 on the track now, or should I say time final B.
So, second of these time finals under 18 in lane 2 from New South Wales.
So we have the second heat of our timed finals for the under 18 girls in lane 2. Alyssa Jordan, she is a para athlete. In lane 3, Caitlin Murphy from North Canberra. In lane 4, Ella Costa from New South Wales. Lane 5, Rebecca Guest from Ginadera here in Canberra. And lane 6, Bella Coetzee from Woden Athletics Club, as the athletes take their marks. Now we're looking for the low 60-second mark here. As we see a lot of sun glare off the track, see a few clouds coming over in the distance here at the AIS track. But looking at back to the race for a brief second. Alyssa Jordan gets a pretty solid start off in lane 2, our multi-class athlete, and she's probably the best of them at this point, 150 metres into the race. She's running very strongly in the back straight. Ella Costa from New South Wales having a pretty solid run, as well as is Caitlin Murphy of North Canberra. But it is all Alyssa Jordan, our multi-class athlete from New South Wales, who will enter the straight amongst the top athletes. Caitlin Murphy is right there up on her shoulder and may just take her as they enter the straight. So it's Murphy, Jordan, Guest and Costa are charging for a late finish. Guest, will she get her? Will she get Murphy, or will she just run out of legs? Guest, followed by Murphy, followed by Costa. That was a very late charge and exciting finish. Rebecca Guest coming over the top of all athletes there. She was the highest seeded athlete, and she runs a 62.00 second 400 in the second of our time finals.
Dean Gleeson to the commentary position, please. Dean Gleeson.
Stand up.
There.
Skylar's
So we do turn our attention back down to the start line, this time for the men's under 20 400 metre time final, number 1 of 2 in lane 2. We have Lachlan Ash in lane 3, Tabuka Schumer in lane 4, Ethan Hill in lane 5, Maxwell Coley in lane 6, Marcus Guglielmino in lane 7, Daniel Marach. So it does look like we are just waiting, I think, for photo finish here. So Tabuka there in lane 3 comes in with the fastest seat time. Marcus Guglielmino from Victoria just behind him in lane 6. So keep an eye on those two lanes, lanes 3 and 6. Be pushing the pace early in this 400 metres under 20 final. And we're off to a clean start here in the under 20s, and it looks pretty even across the board, but Marcus Guglielmino in lane 6 is flying down the back straight. We also have
Victoria on the outside.
our athlete there in the blue. So that is Maxwell Coley there. Apologies, just have to pick up who that was. So it is Maxwell Coley, who's running a great 400 metre leg so far as they come into the front straight for the first time. Lachlan Ash is his nearest competitor, but it is going to be Lachlan that's in front. We're going to make a late dash here from Daniel Marach as well. As we go down to the finish line, Lachlan is going to be there in first place. It's close between Maxwell Coley and Daniel Marach.
The wind conditions are not helpful at all.
We will have to have a look at the replay to see who did make that second position. We did see Maxwell there as he did enter the front straight. Have a look over at Lachlan Ash on his left-hand side. He's working hard.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be changing.
And I did think Daniel Marach did get that second position as Maxwell Coley did fall across the line. But good to see all these athletes congratulating each other, making sure everyone's okay at the end of this first of 2 timed finals.
Next event on the track, 2 of 2 time finals, men's 18 and 19, 400 metres. And here is your lineup in lane 3 from Woden Athletics Club, Jasper Shan. And 4 from Athletics New South Wales, Jack Hamblin.
So we do turn our attention now to the second of 2 time finals for the men's under 20 400 metres. In lane 3, Jasper Sheehan. In lane 4, Jack Hamblin. In lane 5, Fraser Jones. In lane 6, Liam Morby. And in lane 7, Dylan Manning. So they're your competitors in this second timed final. So we are underway here in the under 20 event, and it's Liam Morby there in lane 6 that's making good strides on his nearest competitor on his outside in Dylan Manning. Down the back straight, we've got Fraser Jones in his Diamond Valley Victorian kit there as well, but it's Liam Morby who's leading the way. Fraser Jones has the advantage of the bend, so let's keep an eye out of him with 200 metres to go in this 400 metre leg. Jasper Sheehan there in lane 3 will also come into play once the final bend has concluded. About 120 metres to go in this second timed final for the under 20 men's. It's going to be Liam Morby just ahead of his competitor in Fraser Jones on his inside, but it's going to be Liam Morby that's going to kick away. Fraser Jones is going to try and hold on for that second position. Jasper Sheehan there in third place. So a great run there, 52.70 unofficial time from Liam Morby. South Canberra athlete. So we do have one more 400 metres to go before we do turn our attention to the 100 metres down the front straight. But we will introduce our competitors here in the women's under 20 400 metres. In lane 2, Olivia O'Donnell. In lane 3, Gabriella Bolton. In lane 4, Clara Dess. In lane 5, Justine Ramsey. In lane 6, Susie Douglas. In lane 7, Kelsey Barrett. So they're your competitors in the women's under 20 400 metres.
That's the final of the women's under 20 400 metres.
So the competitors have been asked to stand up. We'll have another go at that. I think one of the competitors was just unsteady. So we are underway in this under 20 women's 400 metre final, and it's Justine Ramsey there in lane 5 that's made great strides on her competitors or on her outside, Susie Douglas and Kelsey Barrett. So it's going to be Justine that you're going to watch flying down the back straight from Queensland. Comes in with the fastest seed time of 55.64 as she does approach 200 metres and the halfway point of this 400 metres. So she's going to be out there on a race on her own. Susie Douglas and Kelsey Barrett are holding their positions. They're in lane 6 and 7, but when they come into the front straight, the competitors on the inside are going to get the advantage of that bend, but it's going to be Justine Ramsey that's going to take out this under 2400 metre final. So we watch back to the rest of the competitors, and we've got Susie Douglas there in second place. Clara Des trying to hold on or trying to grab that second position off her. 56.87. I think it was Susie Douglas there just in second position. Clara Des from Athletics Victoria in third. But a dominant run there from Justine Ramsey. They're in lane 6 and 7, but when they come into the front,
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we can all feel it. There's something in the air, and it's called 100 metres. It's 100-metre time, and we're going to see some performances here. The wind is assisting, that's obvious. Hopefully, it'll stay to a minus effort.
We're looking at the
very special times.
women's long jump at the moment, but in the background we can see the men warming up for their 100-metre A final. Is Anas Abughanabar in lane 1. We see Jacob Despard in lane 2. We see Jordan Shelley over there in long sleeves in lane 3. Trey Williams has just done a little run through in the pink singlet. in lane 5. Back to lane 4. Zach Holdsworth. He is in. So you cannot see Zach Holdsworth. He's just run out of screen then. Hartman, the tall figure. We will be sandwiched in between the two guys to watch, Williams and Hale. Michael Romanen in the yellow singlet. He's the one from St Kevin's in Victoria. And Nicholas Bate from New South Wales in lane 8 in the black singlet. So Hale. Hartman and Williams will be ones to watch. Trey Williams in the pink singlet in lane 5. Hale in the blue singlet in lane 7. And the tall figure between them, Alex Hartman in the black singlet. Will an upset be caused? Jacob Despard in the black in lane 2. Anas Abugunabar in lane 1 in the black and blue singlet. The athlete in long sleeves, Zach Holdsworth in lane 4. He's a New South Wales athlete. Jordan Shelley in the bright green. So we've got a few bright singlets to look out for in this race. Michael Roman in.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It is the men's 100-metre finals.
So it's their start list up on screen there.
The excitement is
Looks like someone is missing from there, from my list.
Abu Ganaba in 2 from Victoria, Stall gift winner. Jacob Despard in 3, the hometown favourite from Woden.
So Nicholas Bate will be running in lane 9, not on screen at the moment. So lane 9 will be taken by Nicholas Bate of New South Wales.
In 5, the national champion from Queensland, Trey Williams.
So Trey Williams, one to watch right in the middle. He had the fastest seed time bar. Jack Hale, 2 to his outside in the blue singlet.
Now from Victoria, formerly from Tasmania, winner of Canberra 2 weeks ago, this is Jack Hale. In 8, from Athletics Victoria, Michael Romanen. Rounding out this first series, lane 9, nearest the crowd, from New South Wales, Nicholas Bate. All quiet for the start of the men's 100 metres.
So no, Williams usually gets a pretty quick start. He's low and powerful off the mark. Once Hartman gets going, he can really open up as well. And not to be discounted, the kid superstar in Jack Hale, a few years older now, and an outstanding open athlete he has become in lane 7 in the blue singlet. In the starter's hands, this men's 100 metre A final. And it looks like Despard has put his hand up, feeling a little bit unsteady on the start line there. So athletes will go back behind their blocks as the dark clouds loom over the AIS track here in Canberra.
And the wind hasn't been too bad over the last few hours while the 400s were on. But it definitely has picked up again now for the 100s.
So under the starters' orders and getting in their marks. And a break. That looks like Jordan Shelley there in the bright green singlet. He knows he has done it. Head down. The rest of them, especially Hale, takes the opportunity to do a run through. But Shelley, he has broken Jordan Shelley.
We can see on the wind gauge as well, plus 3.1 as well. So Not quite as bad as the heats earlier on in the day, but it is still quite a substantial tailwind.
So the officials just talking to Shelley there. Abu Ghanabar just listening in. He's got a bit of a smile on his face. And not too funny for Jordan Shelley, I would imagine, as he wanders off the track. So unfortunately, Shelley will not be on the start list anymore for this event. So athletes getting in their marks, slapping their quads one more time. At least Trey Williams is anyway. He has big quads to slap. Looking down the track, checking out that finish line. And Williams gets off to a massive start. Despard in lane 2 is charging as well. Williams, Hale is coming strong. Hale, is he going to take Williams? Hale, Williams. Holdsworth had a great run as well into Despard in lane 2, but Hale, from about 30, 40 metres to go, he was charging. And in the final moments, Hale took Williams, who we knew would have a great start, as he did, but just couldn't hold Jack Hale off. Plus 1.4 on the wind gauge. 10.25 is the time there, so being 1.4 metres per second. It is a legal time. It is 10.25 seconds for Jack Hale. What a race here at the ACT Athletics Champs.
Took Jack Hale to summon all these place. He's been rounded down to a legal time of 10.25 for Jack Hale.
So Jack Hale, the winner of that event. Hale and Williams have had so many battles over the past few years. And when cameras on Jack, because I think Lockie is going to try and approach him for a quick few words before Heat 2 starts. And we can see the dark clouds looming. And we'll throw over to Lockie, who has Jack Hale, the winner of our last race, on the side of the track. Over to you, Lock.
There, but you must be happy with that.
Oh mate, I'm rapt. I mean, atrocious start compared to a few weeks ago. If I can nail that start, some good things are going to happen, and I'm super excited for for Perth next weekend. And I think if I can put it all together, it's exciting, and it's nice to see the hard work's paying off.
So you were here only 2 weeks ago, had a solid two races, 10.23, was it the second race?
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. Again, I'm just so rapt it's paying off this year, and it's been a big move for me to go to Victoria, and 18 months with my new coach, and yeah, we're gelling well, and it's paying off.
And you have been working quite a bit on the start. Trey, obviously a master at that anyway. Tell us where you're at with, is that the sort of last bit of your race you really want to try and nail?
I mean, my coach and I's first 14 months together was literally all 50 to 100. I think we started to nail that. And that start, the last couple of months, we've been smashing in practice, and it showed last week. Just couldn't put it together today, unfortunately, but yeah, I'm wrapped with it either way.
Well, congratulations, 10.25 as we said. Good luck for Perth next week. Not doing, I think you were down for the 200, not doing the 200. Tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm going to run the 200, so that'll be good as well.
200 tomorrow before that. No, well, thank you, congratulations, and good luck.
So our B final is on the track at the moment. We have Christopher Eas in lane 1, John Jakeman lane 2, Michael Hansford lane 3, Ishmael Kamara lane 4, Jake Penny lane 5, Gary Finnegan at lane 6. Abdul Ashim, lane 7. Tom Anju, lane 8. And Hugo Whitehead, lane 9 to round out the B final. So Finnegan and Kamara, faster seated athletes in this event. Hansford, a very strong runner from Victoria as well, one to watch in lane 3. And they are off, and Kamara gets a very quick start on the outside. Asim in the red singlet running quite strongly as well. Kamara into Jakeman. Kamara, and he's very strong. So Asim may have just taken him at the very end. We would have to go to a replay. Just have a look at that. There was plenty going on, and a blanket finish over a couple of metres over the whole field. 10.59. Kamara gets a very quick start on the outside. Asim in the red singlet running quite strongly as well. Kamara into Jakeman. Kamara, and he's very strong. So Asim may have just taken 10.59 was the winning time. Whoever won, I'm still not sure. A plus 2.1 win reading on that one. So go over to the Athletics ACT website. Look for live results and check out the final result of that B race there. Quite exciting. So see the women's A final runners are on the track. In lane 1, Larissa Pastanaski. Lane 2, Britt Burkett from Victoria. Lane 3, Olivia Eaton from Queensland. Lane 4, Amy Foster from Queensland. Lane 5, Nana Owusu from Victoria. Lane 6, our New Zealand athlete in Zoe Hobbs. Lane 7, Celeste Mucci from Victoria. Lane 8, Christine Byrne from Victoria. And lane 9, to round out the field, Maddie Coates, also from Victoria. So eyes on Zoe Hobbs as she chases that New Zealand 100 metre women's record. The athlete in lane 6 in the black crop top. Celeste Mucci on her outside, also one to watch. And Nana Owusu had a very quick seed time. And they're off. Hobbs in lane 6 does get a strong start. Owusu on her inside. Hobbs just on the outside of her. Maddie Coates is coming on the outside as well. Is all Hobbs into Coates, into Mucci and Owusu. Are your top 4 in that women's 100 metre A final. A time of 11.43 seconds. The clock on the side of the track is showing us now and a wind reading of plus 2.6 metres per second. So Hobbs there with the win. We'll see the replay of this event. So Hobbs, Mucci, Coates and Owusu are your top 4 by the looks of things there. Once again, for any of our results through the championships, head over to the live results page on ACT Athletics website. And they'll be there momentarily after each race, once the results get pushed through from the photo finish, of course. So pretty shortly we may be heading over to Lockrayner trackside for an interview with Zoe Hobbs, the winner of that event.
Olivia Hobbs, the winner. Zoe Hobbs, the winner of these 100 metres from New Zealand. 11.42. Talk us through that time.
Christine Learn. In 4, Victorian Ashley Whitaker. In 5, New South Wales, Abby Taddeo. In 6, Livy Wilson. In 7, from New South Wales, Christy Edwards. In 8, from New South Wales, Stephanie Power.
Talk us through the season so far. How have you competed much coming into this race, or is it more a sort of coming into starting now and sort of leading a little bit later on?
So we did some races back in December, but the main ones were in January, so I've done 2 and raced 2 PBs so far. So that's exciting, and obviously looking to move forward to Aussie Champs and coming back over as well, and then New Zealand Champs as well.
No worries, and we're going to cross back to this race, but congratulations on your time, Zoe, and we look forward to seeing you more times in Australia.
Cool, thank you.
Cheers.
And it looks like in that B race there, it got a little bit hard to pick up the commentary midway. However, it looks like Livy Wilson, international athlete in the blue, got the win there, and plus 0.2 metres per second for the win reading. The time on the clock is 11.93. So Livy Wilson should be pretty happy with that run. So looking to the next event on the track, it will be the wheelchair 100 metres. So in lane 1 we have Nathan Donaldson, lane 2 Richard Coleman, lane 3 Sam Rizzo, lane 4 Samuel Carter, lane 5 Luke Bailey, lane 6 Bradley Pembleton, lane 7 Samuel McIntosh. So a few of the like competitors that we had in the 400 only about an hour ago for the wheelchair athletes. So a few of them backing it up for the 100 metre event. So you'll notice that they get quite a slow start as they get a bit of power through their arms and through the chair and get momentum going into the later stages. And they'll pretty much roll around the bend before they slow down that momentum. So you'll see some pretty unbelievable times compared to the able-bodied track athletes in the 400, 800, 1500. when it comes to the 100, because it takes them a bit of time to get going. And they are off. Our athlete in the middle of the field in Samuel Carter has taken the lead early and holds it right through the race. Bailey on his outside and Samuel Rizzo on his inside. We're quick to follow. And it was a bit of a flying V there with Pembleton and Coleman in the next best positions. As the wheelchair athletes do continue to roll around the track, probably into a lap or until they slow down in the back straight. So win rating plus 1.6 and a 14.2 second for our winner there. So it's actually a men's wheelchair sprint over 100 metres. Now we've got women's. So it is great to see such depth of wheelchair racing here at ACT State Champs this weekend. So in lane 2, we have Rosemary Little from New South Wales. She was the athlete competing in the club throw earlier this morning that we saw. Lane 3, Amy Fisher from New South Wales. Lane 4, Eliza Alt-Connell from Woden. Lane 5, Angela Ballard from North Canberra. Lane 6, Robin Lambert from Western Australia. And Lane 7, Carla Severino from Athletics Victoria. So once again, we're looking to the middle of the track for this wheelchair event. Eliza Alt-Connell has the fastest seed time. She's the athlete in lane 4 in the blue chair. Looks like a pretty quick chair, actually. So the athletes put their front wheel up to the line. And as expected, Alt-Connell gets the fastest start of the lot of them. Angela Ballard from North Canberra is on her inside, and she is challenging her as she goes past with about 30 metres to go. Ballard, Alt-Connell, so Ballard takes the win over Alt-Connell. Fisher and Lambert are next to cross the line. Rosemary Little and Carla Severino follow behind them as they roll around the bend. And once they get going, they are flying down the track, the wheelchair athletes.
So we turn our attention now back down to this start line for this next 100 metres in lane 2. We don't have on our start list who this young man is in lane 1, apologies. But in lane 2, we have Nathaniel Halpin. In lane 3, Timothy Dalbera. In lane 4, Leighton Lloyd. In lane 5, Jaden Page. In lane 6, Christian Gorgalis. And in lane 7, Jackson Love. So they're your competitors in this 100 metres. So we are underway, and a great start there from Nathaniel Halpin. But it's our athlete from Athletics New South Wales, Leighton Lloyd, that's going to go through the line in first place. 11.86 there from Leighton. So a great run after a good start from our athlete in lane 2 in Nathaniel. So we're going to turn our attention now back down to the start line for the next 100 metres in lane 2, and we can see on our screen Emily Leslie in lane 3. So in lane 3, Sarah Walsh. In lane 4, Carly Simmons. In lane 5, Tamsin Coley. In lane 6, Carly Salmon. And lane 7, Summer Giddings. So they're your competitors. And a break there in this race, so we will wait for the officials just to converse. So we are underway there, and it's Sarah Walsh in lane 3 that got off to a great start. So she strides away down the front straight. Carly Simmons there in the New South Wales gear. Tamsin Coley on her outside, but it's going to be Sarah Walsh, 15.08. So we can see just Tim Newman on YouTube just asking about the timing. Our clock is actually the clock that you are seeing in stadium. For some reason, we can't get it to stop. We've asked the officials to have it stop on the I guess the first place getter. We can't get it, but our clock is the exact clock that is connected to the photo finish system. So what you are seeing on screen is the correct time. Unfortunately, we just can't have it stop on the first athlete that crosses the line. We are looking into it.
Okay, the under 14 boys 100 metre final. Only 2 competitors entered for this event. We have 2 of the hardest names to say here at the Track Championships this weekend. It is Mefwiwa Ajulo from Ginadera and Joshua Fongham from Woden. So Mefwiwa Ajulo in lane 2 from Ginadera in the yellow t-shirt, and Joshua Fongham from Woden in the yellow singlet. And Fongham gets off to a good start, but Ajulo is quickly catching up. Fongham does bridge the gap and get further and further away. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 metres he wins by in a time of 12.83 seconds. Positive wind reading of plus 0.3 metres per second. So 12.83 seconds.
And we're going to turn our attention back down to the start line this time for the women's under 14 100 metre final in lane 2. Zane Branco in lane 3. Emma Vermeulen in lane 4. Rose Hollywood in lane 5. Lottie from Woden Athletics Club in lane 6. Charlotte Fowler in lane 7. Brody McCluskey in lane 8. Hannah Clark-Leitch. And in lane 9, Abby Robb. So they're your competitors in this under 14 women's 100 metre final. She's a much smaller field than what we were thinking. So Zane and Emma in 2 and 3 are not there. So just the 6 competitors on the line, as you can see on your screens. So we are underway, and it is Lottie there that's off to the great start, and she comes in with the fastest seed time, so she's going to be the one to beat. Brodie McCluskey there on her outside, but it's all going to be Lottie from Woden Athletics Club that's going to go through the line. 13.86 unofficial time. And we turn our attention now back down to the start line, this time for the men's under 14, under 16, 100 metres. In lane 1, we have Patrick Aquilina. In lane 2, Jaden Page. In lane 3, Paddy Colgan. In lane 4, Jack Bolton. In lane 5, Lachlan Jones. In lane 6, Rashid Kabar. In lane 7, Joshua Petrovic. In lane 8, Phoenix Batesman. And in lane 9, Benjamin Crowley. So they're your competitors in the under 16 100 metre final. So we can see mixed field here, a number of Victorians, so 3 Victorians in this. Keep an eye on Jack Bolton. We saw him earlier on in the day in the 400 metres. Comes in with the fastest seed time there in the lane 4. And we are underway, and Jack got off to a great start there. Joshua Petrovic there in lane 7 is running well as well, but it's going to be Jack Bolton in lane 4 that's going to fly through to the end there, 11.38. A strong performance from Jack. He's done a number of events today, Jack has. A dominant performance there in that under 16 100 metre final.
So next on the track will be the women's under 16 100 metre final as we see them doing their final run-throughs. We have Jade Bevan from New South Wales, Sarah Wallace from Ginadera, Charlotte Nicholson from Woden Athletics Club, Alexandra Stoliver from New South Wales, Shola Adran from New South Wales, Alicia Bennett Also from New South Wales, one more New South Wales athlete is Lauren Percival, and from Ginadera is Inamane Ojulo. So one to watch certainly is Adeniran, Shola Adeniran. She's in the blue shorts and yellow crop top right in the middle with the yellow headband. And Adeniran Stolova also ran a pretty strong heat earlier today. So under the starters' orders, as the odd raindrop starts to fall over the track here in Canberra. Adeniran in lane 5 in the yellow headband, and on her inside Stolova in lane 4 are ones to watch. Bennett's as well had a pretty strong heat. And Adeniran gets a strong start, but Stolova is even stronger. It is neck and neck. It is a race of two. Bennett's on the outside is running strongly as well, but Adeniran will take the win from Stolova. And on the end of them is Alicia Bennett. So a time of 12.29 seconds for Shola Adeniran from New South Wales. Win rating of plus 1 metre a second. So Adeniran, Stolova and Bennett are your top 3 in the final here as we watch the replay. Yeah.
And we will turn our attention back down to the start line, this time for the men's under 18 100 metre final. As we can see, the athletes making their way back to their blocks. We'll introduce the competitors. In lane 1, we have Taleb Willis. In lane 2, Jared Foley. In lane 3, Nicholas Donaldson. In lane 4, Brody Hicks. In lane 5, Godfrey Okaranyang. In lane 6, Austin Tete. In lane 7, Felix Long. And in lane 9, Chandler Layden. So scratching there from Bay Agostino in lane 8. Godfrey Okaranyang from New South Wales comes in with the fastest seed time, 11.05. So keep an eye out on him in the middle lane there. And we are underway, and Okaranyang in the green singlet there is off to a great start, and he's going to tick away from the rest of the competitors. We've got Felix Long there in lane 7 as well. It's going to come down to those two, and I think it's going to go down to photo finish 11.10. Godfrey Okaranyang and Felix Long there. Great performances. Godfrey off to a great start, as we'll see in the replay. But a late charge there from Felix Long in lane 7. Ultra fast replay. Here, so we do see Godfrey Okarenyang and then Felix Long in lane 7. Just if it wasn't hard enough to pick it in normal motion, my producer decided to put it in double speed. We'll have to wait for photo finish. It has been rounded down to 11.09 that time to one of those two victors in the men's under 18 100 metres.
Okay, and we have the under-20 final of the 100 metres here at the ACT Track and Field Championships. And in lane 1, we have Tristan Sears from Victoria. Lane 2, Bark Focus from New South Wales. Lane 3, Lewis Clapburn from New South Wales. Lane 4, Cameron De Bruin from Victoria. Lane 5, Dominic Darko from New South Wales. And the rest of the athletes are from New South Wales. Lane 6, Jacob Irving. Lane 7, Larry Adran. Lane 8, Goodwin, Opoku Mensah. And lane 9, Gafar Alazara. So De Bruin, Darko and Irving on the inside, all ones to watch. And Darko off to the best start of the lot of them. Alajar on the outside as well. And De Bruin on his inside running strongly. But it is Darko into Alajar in a time of 10.97 seconds. And a bit of a headwind for a change. Minus 0.3 seconds of a headwind. So Dominic Darko come along with the win there. Darko off to the best start of the lot of them. Alajar on the outside as well. De Bruin on his inside running strongly. But
to celebrate the partnership,
Darko
we're donating millions of bananas to Aussie athletes and providing equipment grants to little athletic centres across the country. They're just some of the ways that we're helping support Australian athletes run, jump, throw and grow this season. Good things are happening at Coles.
And we do turn our attention back down to the start line, this time for our last 100 of the program. And we'll introduce our competitors as we see on screen. In lane 1, we have Claire DeSalis. In lane 2, Caitlin Hicks. In lane 3, Grace Goldsworthy. In lane 4, Letitia Willis. In lane 5, Tamara Houghton. In lane 6, Bronte Pickering. In lane 7, Monique Quirk. In lane 8, Jade Johnston Matrevska. And in lane 9, Mia Okomu. They're your competitors in this under-20 women's 100-metre final. Keep an eye out for Tamara Houghton from Woden Athletics Club. They're in lane 5, comes in with fastest seed time of 11.79. Followed closely by Monique Quirk in lane 7 with an 11.88. They've got to stand up here, so something with Bronte Pickering's blocks. They're in lane 6, but we'll go again. And we are underway here in this under-20 100-metre final, and it's Tamara Houghton there in the orange being challenged closely by Letitia Willis on her inside, but Tamara too strong here through the line, 11.98. Unofficial time there for Tamara, so she was challenged early by Letitia Willis. However, was too strong over the full distance from Woden Athletics Club. We can see on the replay there, Bronte Pickering as well, strong towards the end. So that rounds out our 100 metres. Track work. So next up on the track, we have the 1500 metre timed finals at 7:30. So we do have a brief break in track program. We will be bringing you the discus and long jump.
pleased at, man. But I'll be back up on the
So that was Jackson Sweet that you saw take the run up. We've got a young man here. It looks like a Frankston athlete right now. So Victorian, who's on the track. Aiden Hinson in shot as well. So a big jump. Let's see if we can listen into what the officials have to say. So we'll just bring you some commentary from and some vision from the para discus that's taking place, and we'll move between the discus and the long jump, and we can see that we've got Bartholomew, who's an ACT Canberra athlete on the long jump. So he was just behind the board there. We'll see what the officials come up with in terms of distance. We'll cut to some more para discus. You can really see the crowd is building here in regard to what we're seeing on the screen. There's some big events that have happened today. We've seen 8:20 from the men's open long jump. You'll have to see that a little bit later on. Darcy Roper, fantastic jumping from that young man. And we've got Aiden Hinson, who's on screen right now. And Aiden Hinson is a Frankston athlete also. Travelled down with the very good athlete coach, Chloe Edwards. So that's a foul jump, but a big jump from the young guy. Aiden is also a triple jumper. Triple jump, I think, is what he would call his pet event at the moment, but definitely got the goods to be a great long jumper as well. So we now see Charlie Frooms. Charlie Frooms has been jumping so well lately. I cannot remember his PB, but it's around the 661. So he's a big jumper that's destined for some big things. He's only really new to the sport. Just maybe 3 years into track and field, maybe 4. Big jump from this young man, and there was not much left on the board. You can see the officials having a good look, and they've given him a red flag, unfortunately. And Charlie will be instructed by his coach to go and have a look. John Boas is his coach, and he likes to let his athletes just see where the foul is, and you can see it's just marginal. And given that it was a marginal foul, what will happen the next time round, we'd hope, is when there is a doubt, it'll go in favour of Charlie. So that was a foul jump. And this young man was well behind the board. I'm sorry I don't have any start lists to call out what their names are. So we've got that. You can see that this young guy is probably going to scratch from the competition, I think. Tristan Shears takes to the runway. Loves his baggy shirts. This boy is a big jumper, a fantastic jumper. Triple jump is certainly a pet event, but long jump is there for him as well. There was not much left on the board there. We'll see what the officials call this one. It's a white flag, that's good. That was very good, very close. So we'll see what Tristan gets. Can't quite hear what the officials called out there, but we'll get you some results as we try. We'll try and get you some results as they call it out. Some big jumping there as well. So we can see that the conditions are pretty right. We've had a bit of a downpour, which is always unfortunate just before an event, just like long jump or sprinting, given that they need as much heat and bounce back in the track as possible. So the track has definitely cooled down. So the 820 was a fantastic freak jump by Darcy Roper. We'll cross to that a little bit later on and replay that for you. And you can see by his reaction yourself. But you see this young guy just put his landing gear down just a little bit too early. So a big run up by this young man. Looks like about 36-metre run up. So fast approach to the board, great on the board, excellent hitch kick. Fantastic landing there. And the pit looks good. So a big jump there by Zach Lane. So Zach Lane there, fantastic running. That was somewhere in the fives. We'll see when Zach Lane comes around for the next jump in the next round. So we're endeavouring to get you the start list and some results, and we'll call them out as we go. There isn't heaps going on in the field. So just bring you some para discus as well. Big throw. So it looks like some pretty good conditions out there. So great on the board for this young guy. We'll hopefully hear what the officials have to say. I think that was a 5.81, but we'll get you the results in a second. Well behind the board for that young man, so they will measure that, but it'll be a bit of an embarrassing measurement for him because they will measure from his first drop of sand, first collapse of sand, and that first collapse of sand is probably only 3 meters, 2.5 meters, and they're not even going to call it out, so don't want to embarrass the guy. So hopefully we can get you some results of the discus as well, but we're getting you the results now of long jump. So that was Oliver Lockley that you saw just run through. They'll measure this one as well, but his first attempt of 5.59 is the better of his attempts. We've got Jackson Sweet on the runway right now. Jackson Sweet in his first round had a no jump, as you saw. So we're trusting that Jackson Sweet's next will be a good jump. Hopefully he's moved his run up back and will execute well.
And they're assembling at the 1500 metres.
We're just waiting on the officials.
And here's your lineup. There's quite a big field, so we'll go through them.
We're going to move to 1500s.
Some of the ambulance athletes who will be participating in this race. So from the inside, Tom
So we are getting ready to go over to the 1500 metres.
Western Creek.
So I'll read out your 16 competitors in the men's open 1500 metre event due to start in a minute or so. In lane 1, Tom Palfrey from North Canberra. Lane 2, Callan McLeod from Western Creek. Lane 3, Philo Saunders from Western Creek as well. Lane 4, James Barker from North Canberra. Lane 5, one of our multi-class athletes in Kyle McIntosh from Athletics New South Wales. Lane 6, our Paralympian Jared Clifford from Victoria. Lane 7, Duncan Miller from Woden Athletics. Lane 8, Daniel Carson from Ginninderra. Lane 9, Jack Holden from Victoria. Lane 10, Sean Hancock from Woden. Lane 11, Sam Harding, another one of our multi-class athletes, vision impairment, similar to Jared Clifford from Western Creek. Lane 12, Bryce Anderson from New South Wales. Lane 13, another multi-class athlete in Dion Kenzie, mild cerebral palsy from Tasmania. Lane 14, Lachlan Hurd, Victoria. Lane 15, Luke Shaw from WA, and lane 16, Tim Logan from Victoria. As the boys get underway, the highest of our seed times are around 3:45 mark for Jared Clifford and coach Philo Saunders. Tim Logan, training mate, and Jack Holden as well will be looking to have good runs tonight. Tim Logan settling in there just behind the pace of coach Philo Saunders. Tim ran, of course, 14:12 for the New South Wales 5 kilometre champs just last week. So he is in form and would be looking to get a new 1500 metre PB. So 60 seconds per lap would be the time that a few of them would be hoping to go through to get a 3:45. So the big players are right there. Philo will be interesting to see what he does, guide his athletes through it if he's going to have a bit of a crack at a quick run tonight as well. He's 43 years old and still competing at quite a high standard. So we see the first lap, the athletes are going through in about 61 seconds, which lends itself more to about a 3:50 unless we get a kick down at the end, which we very well could, Lachlan.
Yeah, definitely. So Philo Saunders there out in the lead with the very bright red singlet on. Tim Logan just behind him. He in great form at the moment, has competed at a number of events over the last couple of meets, so do keep an eye on Tim Logan. We've got Jared Clifford there in about 6th spot or 5th spot, just right on the edge of the track. And it is Luke Shaw there with the yellow singlet on Jared Clifford's shoulder. So these three we expect are going to be up and around one another the entire way. Tim Logan and training partner Jared Clifford there, 151 through the 700 metres of this 1500 metre A final.
So the back of the field is starting to string out a little bit, and a pack towards the front is starting to form as the boys go through 800 metres in 2 minutes and 5 seconds. It is going to be a race for the win with a bit of a kick down at the end as we see Philo just fade a little bit into the pack, doing a bit of pacing work early. Tim Logan has grabbed this race and is making it his own out the front, guiding athlete Jared Clifford. They do so much training together, and this does feel like another training session at the AIS track for them. Luke Shaw in the mix as well, as is Jack Holden from Victoria. So a few Victorian boys leading the way there. Philo Saunders still in the mix, and Bryce Anderson, an accomplished junior athlete. We haven't mentioned him yet, but he is running quite the race. Duncan Miller from Woden Athletics Club is in the orange singlet there with 1 lap to go, 2 minutes and 54 seconds. They collect the bell as Luke Shaw of WA in the yellow singlet nudges his way towards the front. Duncan Miller in the orange is right there as well, Locke.
Yeah, so we've got 300 metres to go in this, and it is Luke Shaw there in the bright yellow that's going to lead this last 250 metres.
Duncan Miller from Woden's moved and put in a burst with 200 metres to go.
So it's Duncan Miller now. That's in front. Jared Clifford's going to go for him. He's not going to let him go. 200 metres to go. Duncan Miller there in the orange singlet. Training partners Jared Clifford and Tim Logan need to try and hold on, but Duncan Miller has led this, has run this race perfectly as they're coming down the front straight. Duncan Miller there. Jared Clifford trying to get back at him. Tim Logan in third place, but Duncan Miller's going to go through 3:51.64. Jared Clifford in second place. Tim Logan in third.
Luke Shaw, pretty quick run, smart run there as well. Put himself well in the mix. It was just a bit of a sprint finish at the end, and Duncan Miller went early. I think had it been another 100 metres left in that race, Jared Clifford may have got him, but it wasn't a mile, was it? It was a 1,500 metres, and Duncan Miller executed that race tactically perfect. So exciting race. Nice to go back to the distance racing for a little bit, which has been a day of sprinting here at the AIS track at the ACT State Championships, presented by Coles Supermarkets. Coles looking after Little Athletics and athletics in Australia as a community partner, and naming rights for Coles Little Aths Australia. So next up will be the women's 1,500 metre lock.
It is in another good field. Graces us here at the Australian Institute of Sport Athletics track. Competitor 1, Kate Spencer. Jayla Hancock Cameron from New South Wales. Actually, a lot of the athletes are going to be from New South Wales. So we've got Holly Campbell, Shane Hargraves, Keely Small, Paola Lomchat, Nicola Hogg, Ruby White, Isabella Thornton-Bott, Emily Augustine, Melinda Wichard, Annabella McDermott. So they're your competitors in the Open Women's 1,500 metres.
From New South Wales. From New South Wales, Jayla Cameron Hancock, Holly Campbell, Shane Hargraves, and then in lane 5 from Western Creek.
So Kate Spencer has represented Australia before at the World Junior Championships that same year that Luke Matthews did in Oregon, so she's an experienced racer over the distance. Haven't seen her race lately, so hopefully she's putting together a few races this season and has a good one tonight. Jayla Cameron, an up-and-coming athlete, only 17 years old. She competed at the Youth Olympics in Argentina last year and did pretty well for herself. Keely Small, she ran in the 800 metres last night. Didn't do as well as she would have hoped. Hopefully she can get a bit of redemption here in the 1,500 metres like.
So we do have the fastest seat times of around 4:18, so we are looking at 69 seconds per lap or thereabouts.
So just
we are underway
3 3/4 laps
in this
the
Open
stadium.
Women's.
Okay, it looks like Cameron Hancock.
And it is Jayla Hancock Cameron there that's going to take the early lead. So one of our fastest seeded athletes,
Isabel
just ahead of Isabella Thornton-Bott, there in second place. And Jayla has spread out this pack straight away, so she doesn't want a slow, typical state championship race. She wants to go for a time, so we'll keep an eye out on her. Isabella's going to be the one that goes with her, with Keely Small there in third place. So they're your top three at the moment as they do go through the start-finish line for the first time, 49 seconds.
And then Keely Small.
So we are looking for around a 69-second lap if they are going for a bit of a PB fest tonight, around that 4:18 mark. And they go through their first lap well quicker than that in about 65 seconds. So it still is Jayla Hancock Cameron, the young up-and-coming athlete, followed by, I believe that's Isabella Thornton-Bott from New South Wales, Melinda Weikart in the white crop tops, athlete 774 is up there in the mix, as well as is Keely Small, our under-20 women's 800 metre national record holder. They're all in the mix. The rest of the field is strung out a little bit. They are going single file. It isn't your classic pack run distance event, as Jayla Cameron Hancock leads him into the straight. So I wonder if Jayla is able to hold on with the pressure and the physical and mental toughness over the last couple of laps. Still got 2 laps to go to hold this lead position. Maybe Isabella Thornton-Bott is sitting too comfortably just on her heels. Melinda Weichart is looking pretty good as well, as Keely Small just fades back ever so slightly into the pack, but we know she's got speed. The race probably isn't over for her yet.
So 2:15 there through 800 metres. So as Michael was saying, there does seem to be a bit of a gap building between the top 3 competitors, and Keely Small there leading the second pack. But Jayla is still sitting out there in front. Jayla Hancock Cameron from New South Wales. She's led the entire race so far, and will she be able to hold on the entire way? Isabella Thornton-Bott there, and Melinda Weichart in 3rd position as they do round the top bend for the second last time. So coming into the front straight, not much has changed. However, our second pack has caught back up, so that is Keely Small there with the
Thornton-Bott in 2nd place.
So Keely Small actually has just faded a little bit. Holly Campbell, that is, that's just overtaken Melinda Weichart with 1 lap to go in this 1,500 metres.
So is Jayla Hancock Smith leading them through, but Isabella Thornton-Bott is itching. She's getting up onto her shoulder, 300 metres to go, and she's looking comfortable. Holly Campbell has put herself well and truly in the mix now, just coming up to Jayla Hancock Cameron's heels. So it's a race of a few. Keely Small has a bit of a sprint finish on her. Her race isn't over, but looking more towards the front of the field with about 200 metres to go. Isabella Thornton-Bott has put herself in a great position. Or is Jayla Hancock way too smart for that? Just letting her pass, having a bit of a rest for a couple of 100 metres, and is she going to pass her around the bend here? Is she waiting for the front straight to do the dirty work? It is Thornton-Bott who just gets passed by Jayla Hancock Cameron. They are heading for a quick time. So Jayla Hancock is bridging that gap, making it even bigger. We said Keely Small wasn't done yet. She's in 3rd position, making her way into 2nd. But look to the front of the field. Jayla Hancock Cameron wins the women's 1,500 in a time of 4:26. Keely Small coming in 2nd. Very admirable race. Changing position a lot, but backs herself for a bit of a strong finish there. So Jayla Hancock Cameron, Keely Small, and Isabella Thornton-Bott, your top 3 in the Women's Open 1,500.
Now the next event on the track will be the mixed 1,500 metres wheelchair event. Competitors here, both from Victoria, Samuel Rizzo, T54, and Richard Coleman, T53.
So we do have the next event on the track and ready to go. We've got our 2 competitors, as we can see on screen, Samuel Rizzo there and Richard Coleman. Both from Victoria, both would be used to racing one another. Let's see the kind of speed that they can build up to in this 1,500 metres. So a 3:06.90 for Samuel. Richard Coleman comes in with a 3:16.
So Richard is actually the coach of Sam Rizzo, so this will feel just like a training session to them. I expect a little bit of drafting to go on as such. I don't know if that's a technical legal term for what it is, but I don't know. Richard might get out in front. He might let Sam do a bit of the work and try and still just wait until the end. I think he's admitted a few times that Sam is just way too quick for him these days, but Richard will put in a big effort in this 1500 metre event nonetheless. He is a Paralympian, so Sam's not going to get away with it too easily as they settle into positions and start to build up a bit of speed. So Sam takes the lead and Richard just sits inside the back of his wheels.
1500 metres.
Look how close they get to one another.
He said a lot of time spent training together and racing as well. They know exactly what they're doing. At least Richard does anyway.
See Richard back, pushing the chair again.
And Richard's still working. It's not like he's just having a cruise and hanging onto a back of rope on the back of Sam's chair. He's still working hard. I think Sam is doing a few more pushes than Richard is, though. He's been in the sport for a long time. He knows exactly what he's doing.
So about 55 seconds there through the first lap, and it does take them a little while just to get going. So let's have a look at how fast they do these next 2 3/4 laps in this 1500 metres.
It'll be interesting to see at which point, if any, they actually spread out a bit. And you see Sam just going into lane 2, Richard in lane 1. They're just having a bit of a chat, exchanging words. It really is a training session out there. He's probably said, "Are you coming, mate?" Richard's like, "Nah."
Yeah.
Off you go, you young buck.
He wanted to let him. It's almost like Sam wanted to let Richard through, but Richard's like, "Nope, you're going to take this entire race." Work hard as they do come through the second lap. We will get a stop, so 1:49.34 through that second lap.
That's getting swift. That's actually even laps. 55 times 2 is your 150, so they're keeping the pace up as the gap extends to about 30 to 40 odd metres. It is a long way to be pumping them arms around an athletics track at such a speed. So you just see the upper body of these two athletes, particularly Sam Rizzo, who is our leader at the moment. Strong arms, it's a mix between power, speed and endurance in these wheelchair events, but their arms just going over and over and over again. As Sam Rizzo collects the bell, Richard Coleman comes through about 70 metres behind his younger athlete.
So 300 metres to go. 2 minutes 44 through that third lap, 1,200 metres in, and not long left now as we do try and get a little bit of an idea of Richard's time. So about 2:56 as well there for Richard with 300 metres to go. But Sam Rizzo is going to go to the line on his own. 150 metres to go. A great performance.
He's pushing very strongly.
Not long left now, so he's going to push all the way through to the finish line. A solid performance. Samuel Rizzo.
Goes through, pushes hard. Well done, sir.
3:24 for Samuel. Richard Coleman's got about 100 metres to go in this 1500 metres event. A long way to be using those arms.
What a great servant he's been.
Not long left now.
There's a competitor now as a coach. Richard Coleman, ladies and gentlemen.
Richard Coleman finishing it off just under 350, about a 3:49 there for Richard. A solid performance for athlete and coach.
So certainly not as windy now as
So we
it
can
was
still
in the
see
afternoon
the under
session.
18 long jump competition
Earlier in the day,
currently
still
going
some
ahead.
ridiculous headwinds. Whilst the wind is still puffing away, I guess you could describe it as a mild zephyr right now. Earlier in the day, it was a veritable brick wall, especially if you're running the 400 metres up that back straight. It was a serious point of contention. So we're just about getting ready to line up for the mixed 1500 metre wheelchair event. And when I get to the starting line, I'll certainly introduce this speaker.
So we see the start of this 1500 metre women's wheelchair event with Madison De Rosario getting the best start of them in the white crop top and white helmet. She leads them through the first 100 metres. Closely followed by Eliza O'Connell, who won our 100 metre event earlier today. Actually not too long ago, so not a heap of recovery time. But I have a feeling that this 1500 will be one of the more challenging events for these wheelchair athletes.
Good conditions now as well. The wind has calmed down quite substantially since we were seeing the 100 metre sprints earlier on this evening.
So on a nice line, De Rosario, O'Connell, Tap, followed by Severino. All these women have been competing throughout this competition in either the 100, 400 or 800 metre events so far.
So 61 seconds there through the first 400 of this 1500 metre event. So we can see all the athletes working together.
North Canberra compatriot Angela Ballard whipping them in.
So Madison De Rosario has competed for Australia before in wheelchair events. So she is leading the way out for these ladies.
So they're approaching the halfway. And it's De Rosario from O'Connell, Tap and Ballard. They've gone through in 157.98. Wind is still a factor, especially up that back straight.
So it'll be interesting to see
Trying to keep their bodies well
in these final 1.5 laps if there are any lead changes, if anyone comes out to lane 2, if anyone does overtake. I imagine quite hard to do in wheelchair racing, but completely possible. So they're formed in a nice line.
They come down to approach.
De Rosario, O'Connell are the first couple of leaders, but they're in a nice straight row. Their wheels slotting nicely between the one in front of them. Will this train continue through the last 300 metres, Locke? What do you reckon?
There's probably a good chance. So Madison, they're out in front, an established athlete. She's going to try and hold the lead the entire way. We do have the competitor just behind her. going to be pushing the pace. But Madison from Western Australia, 200 metres to go. She's going to try and pass on the outside here on the bend.
Moving out to get herself
Not long left.
Try and pick up down the straight.
And it is Eliza there in second place. She's going to try and get down. Madison there's going to hold on. She's working hard there in Eliza in second position. Just doesn't have enough to overtake Madison DeRazio for the first position. So a strong performance, led the entire way. Eliza tried to make a move right there at the end, but they definitely made a race of it. Came right down to the end, 5 metres to go.
Yeah,
Madison too strong.
Very exciting last 300 metres there. You saw both Madison and Eliza put the burners on, especially in that last 200 to 300 metres.
The four competitors, DeRosario, O'Connell, Tapp and Ballard. Very exciting performance. Please acknowledge them. And ladies and gentlemen, they are travelling a lot slower than they just did. But they were really moving there for about 3 3/4 laps. Now the next final for decision on the track will be the under-18 boys. 1500 metres, here's your lineup from the inside. Ginninderra, Jacob DeVille. Also from Ginninderra, Jacob Todd.
So we do turn our attention back down to the start of the 1500 metres, and this time for the men's under 18. We have Jacob DeVille, Jacob Todd, Daniel Dreyer, Daniel Jacob, Harm Schapp, Ben Shepherd, Sullivan Bacchus, Max Rosin, and
Max Rosen. And from Ginninderra,
and I don't know how to pronounce that, Rage Nor.
That's your lineup.
There's your
Boys,
competitors in the under 18 1500 metres. And we can see from that there are quite a few more athletes. So we do have James Bartholomew, Oliver Vided, Callum Burns, Ryan Blackwell from the under 20s in this 1500 metres as well, as they do get underway.
Burst away from the start line, but now they're slowing down quite.
So it is Rage Nor there from Ginninderra in first position. He's going to be taking honours at the front of the pack, but it is slow as they are grouped up all together. Callum Burns there is the first under 20s athlete, just up on Rage's shoulder as they do go through that start-finish line for the first time with 3 laps to go.
Yeah, like I could say, we almost forget about any super quick times here in this event. Although they are starting to spread out now, the pack was pretty dense over the first 200 or 300 metres, but you see the athletes are starting to spread out. The first of which is Raj Nor. Daniel Dreyer is right there as well, the athlete from Western Creek in number 277 in the blue.
but certainly
Callum Burns, the first of our under-20
there's nothing
athletes,
special in that first
and Max Rosen from the
400
Woden
metres.
Athletics Club in the bright orange singlet. He's hard to miss there.
So going through in 70 seconds there, they're on pace for a 4:22, so quite slow for a lot of these athletes. But that doesn't seem to matter. None of them seem to want to take the lead off Raj Noor. Callum Burns is still happy to sit there on the outside of lane 1 as well, with Max Rosen in the orange singlet and Jacob Todd there in 4th position. So they're your top 4 at the moment, as they do come up to 800 metres into this 1500 metre race.
So I'm just trying to place if any of these boys were in the 800 metre events and what sort of kick they have, because it will come down to the quickest athletes. A bit of inside knowledge will be handy here to determine that. So Max Rosen is making a bit of a move, and the top 3 boys just start to, I was about to say spread out, but no, the pack is condensing once again with a few athletes falling off the back of the field. So as Raj Noor, he's done the leading in the yellow top the whole race. Callum Burns, so it is kind of 2 races in one, with under 18s and under 20s running together for 2 separate sets of results. So Raj and Callum technically are in 2 different events, although the race is the race and you want to win the race. So Raj Noor, Callum Burns and Max Rosen are your top 3. They nudge their way and provide a bit of a gap of 2 to 3 metres above everyone else as they go through the bell up in a 3:12. If they close in about, well, 68 seconds, they give them 4:20, which is an okay time. Let's see what they can do in the last 300 metres.
So Callum Burns did try to make a bit of a move earlier on in that lap by Raj Noor. Raj was able to fight it off. Once again, we can see 3:27 through with 300 metres to go. Max Rosen is flying down the back straight now. Orange singlet, orange shoes. Can Raj Noor hang on? Callum Burns is there as well. So it's Max Rosen making the late change. Coming into the front straight, 100 metres to go.
It is Rosen.
So it's Rosen here. Raj Noor, our entire race leader, just about. He's going to try and hold on for 2nd place, but Max Rosen is going to go through the finish line. A slow race, but finishes in 4:08.95. So the pace dramatically increased over that last about 600 metres when Burns made that first attempt at taking the victory off Raj Noor. But eventual winner, Max Rosen. A strong performance in the mixed under 18 and under 20 race.
A 56-second last 400 metre then. I don't know where I was saying, going for a 72 last, or a 68 even, I think I said, last 400. We'll get him under 4:20. So Max Rosen must have heard me put the burners on. Should have expected more of a kick from these athletes. So 56 seconds for that last 400 metres. Massive running.
So Callum Burns as well, the first under 20 across the line, who came in 3rd overall in that race.
Next athletes on the line are our women, with the same type of setup, under 18s and under 20s, to go through the competitors from number 1 to number 12. Layla Roundtree, North Canberra. Lily Oxley, Victoria. Lily Tomlinson from New South Wales. Zoe Malushi from Woden. Therese Dasalis from Woden. Hannah Cadden from North Canberra. Emma Dunn from Woden. Sienna Pitt from Canberra, South Canberra should I say. Claire Solomon from North Canberra. Alex Martin from New South Wales. Capella Maguire from Woden, the first of our under 20 athletes. And Beth Artens from New South Wales to round out your field in this 1500 metre event.
So our fastest seated time comes from Emma Dunn in the under 18s with a 4:40, and we have Beth Arentz in the under 20 with a 4:37. So we're looking at around 64 74 seconds per lap. If that is that they choose to race this as an opportunity to get a fast time. So as we do see them making their way down the back straight, we can see our athlete Hannah Caden from North Canberra takes the early lead.
Moved on now.
With Beth Arentz, our fastest seeded athlete, there in second position on her shoulder. She's just going to sit there, and will she decide to take the lead and wants to increase the pace, or will she let Hannah Caden sit out there in front? She's doing a little bit of extra work, sitting on the outside of lane 1. But tactically, if you did want to make a quick move, you don't want to be boxed in too much, but it's going to be Hannah Caden that's going to come into the front straight in first place. Beth Arentz there in second place, staying right up on the shoulder.
A little bit of a group breaking away there for 5 athletes at least at the front.
So Caden and Arentz mentioned at the very start of the race for having the 2 fastest seed times. Emma Dunn is in the mix as well. So they go through their first lap in 70 seconds, which would be a PB if they keep up this pace for many of these athletes.
So definitely a quick time, and probably why Beth Arentz is to sit right there on the shoulder, but not for much longer. She's taken over the first position. We also see Lily Oxley with the number 573 up in that first pack, or the lead of the second pack that is forming quite quickly right now. So Beth Arentz is taking these first 3 competitors out. Hannah Caden is still in second position, with Emma Dunn there in third, falling back to Lily Oxley leading the second pack.
So there is a bit of a gap, although Oxley has started to come onto the back of Dunn. Dunn is looking pretty comfortable there behind Caden. They're in the same age group, so maybe she's just going for an age group win or just buying her a time for a bit of a sprint. But Oxley, she has passed both Dunn and now as Caden as well to move herself into second position. She's up on the shoulder of Caden. Looking back at the very top of the field with Beth Arentz. She gaps the rest of them by about 20-odd metres. Oxley put in a big move over that last 200 metres and is just getting passed by Dunn again. So Beth Arentz is the athlete that we see at the very top of the screen.
So with a 2:27 there through 800, Beth is on pace for a 4:36. So she's really putting the foot down at the moment. Working hard out there on her own. We just see her having a look at her watch. So she's keeping an eye out on the time. So she definitely is as she comes up to 400 metres to go.
And the pack just starts to string out even more. Oxley putting in a big effort, but maybe to a detriment so early in the race as she starts to slip back into 5th or 6th position. We still have Hannah Caden from North Canberra Club go through the bell lap, as does Emma Dunn in the 2nd and 3rd positions. But Emma Dunn is almost being passed by a couple of other athletes there. Pretty quick early on in the stages. Had a bit of a crack, tried to get up on Caden's shoulders and couldn't quite do it. But we look to the front of the field. Beth Arentz
with a 4:36. Sorry, with a 3:41 through that 300 metres. She is still on pace for the 4:36. So let's see if she can hold the same pace the entire way home. She does look like she is, if not increasing. So she's running this race, this last half of the race, out on her own. And she does take a look behind her. She does, or she can see that the rest of the competitors are quite a fair way behind her. So let's see what she does come down this front straight. See if she can get the 4:36. Her seeded time of 4:37.37 is what she's going to do. It's going to be very close. Might just miss out, but a good performance nonetheless. 4:38.
Then we see Hannah Caden coming in next. Zoe Malakiewicz closely behind her. and Claire Solomon. So Zoe and Claire just seem back in the pack for most of the race, and really just came into their own, used their endurance over that last lap.
Emma Dunn there, and Lily Oxley also crossing the line in this mixed under 18 and under 20 1500 metres.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next event will be the 1500 metres. This will be a race for under 14 and under 16 boys.
And this day and night has absolutely flown by. Second last race of the evening on the track, whilst the long jump competition finished it off in the field. So we have a combined under 16 and under 14 boys 1500 metre.
Abshibal Noor from Athletics New South Wales, Hamish Hart.
You see a Victorian, Old Melburnian athlete take off.
And from North Canberra, Xavier Whiffs.
In long jump, flick stand everywhere. Says sorry to the official. Turning our attention to the start line, we have in lane 1 Cameron Myers from North Canberra. Lane 2 Andrew Camp Lydiard from North Canberra. Lane 3 Owen Toyne from Ginadera. Lane 4 in our under 16 section Isaac Sloan from Woden. Abshabal Noor from Ginadera. Hamish Hart from New South Wales. Sorry, lost my spot there for a second. John Maguire from Woden and Xavier Quispus from North Canberra to round out the field in the second last of our 1500 metre events.
So that start list did have just the under 14s, it is the under 16s as well in this race, with a fair spread out, or a fair spread of times coming in. 4:11 being our fastest, so they're going for, that would be a 67, and it is the athlete you see on screen leading the pack straight out, Hamish Hart, there with the 3:62 on his chest. So he's our fastest athlete with a
from North Canberra athlete, Xavier Whiffs.
4:15 time.
So as they come out now,
So it is Xavier Quisps and his North Canberra teammates in Cameron Myers and Andrew Camp-Lydiard that are just lining up behind Hamish Hart.
and then Cameron Myers.
The rest of the boys are a bit more spread out towards the back of this long train. So it might be a race of 4, it's looking like, at the front of the field as they go through their first lap in 67 seconds.
So going back to the second pack there, we've got Isaac Sloan and John Maguire, and then Owen Toyne just a little bit off them. So it's a race of a few packs here. Hamish Hart still going to lead this front group through, with Cameron Myers there in second place. Andrew Camp-Lydiard there also. So as we can see, these athletes coming into the front straight for the second time in this combined under 14 and under 16 1500 metres. Hamish does look to be putting a bit of a gap in between himself and Cameron Myers and the remaining group. So Andrew Camp-Lydiard.
Yeah, the next quickest seed time lock, Abshabal Noor, actually wasn't on the start line. He was on the start list, but not on the line. So, as seed times would expect, or as we would expect, Hamish has gapped the field by a fair amount of time. Going through the 800 metre mark in 2:20, which gives him about a 4:15 to 4:20, like a 4:20 if he continues on at this pace. And then it's a race of the North Canberrians for second and third.
So probably a little bit slower than what he would have liked to go out in, hence why we're seeing him break away from the rest of the competitors. So 4:22 he was on pace for Hamish. Let's see what time he is as he comes through for the bell.
So Hamish Hart. And then
Hamish Hart does come down the front straight for the second last time. He's built about a 50 metre gap back to Cameron Myers and John Maguire. Sorry, Andrew Camp Liddard there in third place. So he does get the bell.
What a battle they're having, the North Canberra athletes.
So a bit of an interesting race in second and third between Myers and Camp Liddard. 3:33 is the time that Hamish Hart goes through at 1200 metre mark. So he's just slowing slightly every lap in doing a 67 into a 73 and a 73 again. So remain the same as he settles into the middle of the race. 200 metres to go. He's heading for a time about a 4:25, I would say. Maybe a 4:30 even.
And this has been impressive.
From Hamish Hart. We see further back in the field, off camera, but Camp Liddard has gapped his teammate in Cameron Myers by about 5 to 10 metres, waiting for that sprint finish, and we see in the background there, Hamish Hart charges towards the finish line. Camp Liddard is actually making up a little bit of ground, but it's way, way too late to catch Hamish Hart, who finishes in 4 minutes and 28 seconds. From Camp Liddard. Liddard, a famous name in distance running, different spelling but same pronunciation. Myers in third, Crispus in fourth. He's actually second place in our under-16 competition because those other two athletes from North Canberra are in the under-14s. There we see Isaac Sloan in the yellow singlet there, and John Maguire charging towards the line as well, heading for a time of just over 5 minutes. Not too far off their best. So around the 5:10, 5:11 mark. Their best times being 5:01 and 5:05. So Owen Toyne at the top of the front straight now. 100 metres to go.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, very important. Well done, young man. Now, this may be the final event on the track, and it's certainly a big event. It's under 14, under 16, and indeed Ambulance combined 1,500 metres. Here is your lineup from the inside. We have Ebony King from North Canberra. Also from North Canberra, Tia Reinhold and Jemima Wilson.
So we can probably hear the announcer in the background, but I will read through the start list for the last of our 1,500 metre and the last of our track races for the night. It is the... Looks like there's a couple of para athletes on the end, but largely it is our under 14 and under 16 girls 1,500 metre race. In lane one, Ebony King of North Canberra and her teammates in Thea Reinhardt and Gemma Wilson, also of North Canberra. Eliza Hillier-Lovick from Victoria is in lane 4. In lane 5 is Madison Gordon from Queanbeyan. Lane 6 is Lily Winwood from New South Wales. Lane 7, Grace Reed from North Canberra. Lane 8, Shaylin Gibbs from Victoria. Lane 9, Lucinda Thompson from Woden Athletics. Lane 10, Sarah Nutt from North Canberra. Josie Lem is in lane 11. She's from North Canberra as well. Lane 12, Maya Pitt. They're crosstown rivals from South Canberra. In lane 13, Astrid Smith or Smythe from North Canberra. Jamie Brennan is in lane 14 from North Canberra. And our para-athletes, lane 15, Emily Leslie. Lane 16, James Tirado. And lane 17, Timothy D'Albrera, who has done every event this weekend, I believe, in the para competition.
So we do have our fastest competitor in this race heading for a 450, but it's going to, that's a 77 lap. But we do have James Tirado out there in front leading the pack. We didn't have our fastest competitor, as mentioned just before, Astrid Smythe, there in second place. So James Tirado, current leader. Astrid Smythe, there leading the second pack. We'll see if they can catch back up to James throughout this race. But it's going to be these two that lead the way into the first lap. 400 metres down, we'll get a time.
So 71 seconds for Tirado and probably a 73 for Smythe, who is about 10 metres behind. Next in tow is Eliza Helialovic from Victoria and what looks to be the Frankston Club. So a bit of a battle. We'll try and see where our under 14 athletes are and where they place amongst the field, as our under 16 girls are more towards the head of it. As the athletes are actually pretty strung out now, only 500 metres into the event, running it kind of like a time trial over 1,500 metres.
Open up into better light. Might be able to give you some more information.
So James Tirado, a T13 athlete, which is vision impairment. So seems to be running very well. PB of 5:05, so pretty quick distance runner, James Tirado. Astrid Smythe, followed by Eliza Helialovic.
Jose Lem and Grace Reed.
Josie Lamb from North Canberra with hip number 11 is in fourth place, just behind Eliza Helialovic. Some of our under 14 girls coming through there in that next pack.
So we can see this shot as they are coming down the back straight. James there is still maintaining his lead ahead of Astrid Smythe in second place, and then a little bit more of a gap back to the first big pack of our competitors. So we can see them coming through now on the screen.
He's led early. He's pushed the pace.
So James has gone out strong the entire way now and comes into the front straight for the second last time. Astrid Smythe
from North Canberra
has also maintained her position on this race and has worked the entire way.
And with one lap to go, Tirado is well and truly heading for a PB here. He went through the lap in about a 3:37, so only needs to run about a 1:27 odd to get his PB of 5:05. So let's see if he can do it. Last 300 metres he has to do in 1 minute and 10 seconds. He's been going well faster than that pace for the whole race. Astrid Smythe still leading the way for the under 16 girls.
So James is currently on 4:52 pace and doesn't look like he's going to be slowing down. So as he comes into 200 metres to go. See our camera panning there. 150 metres left. A strong performance here from James. Astrid Smythe still back there in second position. But we're going to watch James as he comes down the front straight for the last time. He was on 4:52 pace. Can he get down to the line in 12 seconds? He's got about 50 metres to go now. He's working hard all the way through the line. He can see the clock. He wants to get there. Can he even break 4:50? It's going to be close. 4:50.24 unofficial time. Astrid Smythe in second position, but the pack behind her is catching up. We can see Grace Reed there.
Jamie Brennan is challenging as well, coming in third position there. So Hilly Lovick, Smythe, Brennan, a few athletes charging towards that finish line. And I think we see the first of our under-14 athletes in Thea Reinhardt crossing the line now, just ahead of Gemma Wilson, North Canberrans.
So Sarah Nutt coming through. And from South Canberra, Timothy DeBra. Well done, Timmy. Coming down now to compete at 1,500 metres from Ginninderra, this is the Marley Leslie. And she's going to be very, very close to her best too. So let's acknowledge Marley Leslie, ladies and gentlemen. Coming through, she'll take tape. And certainly a season's best for her. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for a wonderful day's track and field. And haven't we seen some great athletics today? We've seen some brilliant sprinting from Jack Hale and Trey Williams. We saw some great long jumping from Darcy Roper and Henry Smith. Magnificent high jumping from Nicola McDermott. And then some fine 400-metre running through the ranks. We're finished for the night, and it's been a great day of athletics.
We don't have any more events on the track tonight for the Coles 2019 Athletics ACT State Championships. We can see the open discus men's competition currently going on. For those watching on Facebook, we are about to hit a 4-hour limit. So if you do want to continue to watch this video, make sure you do head over to Athletics ACT's YouTube channel. So those watching on Facebook, if you did want to continue to watch the remaining part of this open men's discus competition, do head over to our YouTube channel. We do have a 4-hour limit on Facebook, so can't continue to bring you that one there. But for those who are watching, thank you for tuning in for our Saturday Day 2 competition here at the Australian Institute of Sport Athletics track.
You should have done it. You should have straight away said you can't with your back.
have your jumper on still.
Wait. Bring it tomorrow. She didn't want to wear mine because it was a cardigan.
I'll be sending for you tomorrow. Thank you, Colby. Thank you, Barbara.
Bye,
Bye, Hannah.
See you tomorrow.
Bye, Sam.